Good morning. My name is Vince Puente. I'm chairman of the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. It's Friday, December 13th, and the good thing is I don't believe in bad luck. It is 8:02 a.m., and I call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. We've got 100% here, as a matter of fact, which is great. And the postings of the agenda was posted as required, posting for this meeting. I'm going to start us off with the pledge. Well, I'm not going to start us off, but I'm going to ask our fellow board member, Rich Diott, to lead us in pledges.
Do that. Please stand.
Now, you guys say something about where the comma is, like you usually do?
Yeah. I didn't know you noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
When I say the pledge, I don't say one nation, pause, under God. I say one nation under God, just straight up, because it's a phrase by itself. And I'll do that again this morning. You can join me if you want. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Rich. And that will be your last time. Oh, Stan, yes, sir. I'll announce it here in just a second. Thank you. That'll be your last time to say the pledge as a board member, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Rich, appreciate you a great deal. Really do.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good riddance. We're going to have our invocation is being brought to us by Daniel Vaughn, discipleship pastor at Eagles View Church in Fort Worth. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Tarrant Appraiser District Board. It is a privilege to be with you this morning as we gather together in this special time of the year when we celebrate the hope and the joy of the Christmas season. In this season, I'm reminded of the words found in the Gospel of Luke when the angels declared, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace and goodwill towards men." Christmas is a time of reflection of God's great gift to the world, his Son, Jesus Christ, who came to bring peace, reconciliation, and hope. And as we reflect on this gift, we are called to live out the values of justice, fairness, and kindness in all that we do, especially in our roles as stewards of resources and decision makers in our community. With this in mind, I invite you guys to join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this season of celebration, for the gift of your Son and the opportunity to gather today. We ask that you bless this meeting and that the work that lies before us. Grant wisdom and discernment in the decisions, and may we always seek to serve with integrity, fairness, and compassion. Lord, help us remember the spirit of Christmas, not only in the season but throughout the year, and that we would lead with love and a heart for justice. May our actions bring peace and goodwill to our neighbors, and may our work reflect your will for a just and prosperous community. We pray for unity and understanding in all our discussions today, and for your guidance in every decision made. And it's in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, that I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. And on a personal note, and really just kind of repeating in a little bit, maybe not as nice of words as he used, what Daniel said, was that we do all need to remember, yes, it's a Christmas season, but Christmas season is a lot more than decorated trees and giving gifts and shopping online and things like that. It is a celebration. It's a celebration, and that's what it officially is. That's why we have Christmas, of the birth of Jesus. And for us that are Christians, Jesus is our Savior, and I'm so thankful for that. So, thank you,
Mr.
Lord
Chairman,
Jesus.
could
Merry
I-
Christmas to all.
Could I add to that?
Yes, sir.
Jesus did not come into the world as a baby. He came into the world as a conceived human being, and he lived 9 months of a perfect human life before he was born in the manger to the shouts of angels and to the wonder and amazement of the shepherds. And so while it is a celebration of his birth in the Bible, Christmas story extends from about 9 months before Christmas all the way through about 2 years later in the Christmas story. And I like to point that out.
We need to have a birthday back in March for him, and get the whole 9 months.
About the time of Easter.
That's right. Oh, there you go. There you go. Praise the Lord. Thank you,
Did you
sir.
ever wonder where the Easter egg came from?
Okay, now let's stop. Let's stop right there. Oh, my goodness. Now I'm getting hot and sweaty.
And let's stand again for prayer.
All right, I'm going to address the audience second. As a matter of security, we're asking no visitors come past the stanchion barrier, and now the stanchion barrier goes all the way across except for that little gap there. And it's a matter of security of the board of directors. It's a crazy world out there, and so board members, you may choose to greet people by walking up to the stanchion, reach across whatever. Before and after the meeting, if board members want to come around the stanchion and go out there, that's great. But let that be the individual board member's decision. And then, so before, during, and immediately after the board meeting, please don't, as visitors, go past the stanchion. All right? All right. All right, I'll be inviting those that signed up for public comments to the podium. Each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes to address the board of directors. And again, I'll repeat that. You're addressing the board of directors. You're not making a speech to those in the audience. The board may refuse to hear comments on subjects not reasonably related to items on the agenda, to policies and procedures of the Tarrant Appraisal District or the Tarrant Appraisal Review Board, or to other issues under the board's jurisdiction. All right, and I have down here first, Mr. Daniel Bennett, and when you come up, you'll see a little sign there. Introduce yourself, what city and what agenda item you're addressing.
Hi, Daniel Bennett, White Settlement. And the items I'm addressing, 7AII, 7AV, 7B, 7E, and 7F. All right? It's a laundry list. I want to talk about your investment policy.
I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has the timer started?
No, it hasn't yet. But that's okay with me. I need more time.
There it goes. Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you.
Under the investment policy, under the standard of care, under E, the compliance review, I was a compliance officer. I want to know who is designated the compliance officer under this policy. Under depositories, there's certain things in the state of Texas we don't put up with. One is doing business with terrorist countries, maligning the oil and gas industry, protecting our Second Amendment, and then there's one other. But there's one that crawls up me more than with what's going on right now is DEI. I don't want to deal with Chase Bank. They put $30 billion in the DEI. I don't want to see any of our depositories that promote standards that the state of Texas does not approve. So I want that in the policy. I want it written in the policy. And you're going to approve it today. I didn't see it. Quarterly reports. Now, I go to the colleges, they have bond reports, quarterly reports, investment reports. When I come here, they're non-existent. And though I believe in the past they have been at certain times. So if we're gonna have a quarterly report sent to the board of directors for the investments, I want it on the agenda. I want the public to see what you see. Okay, let's go to 7B. This is great. Dale Rector has declined to be on the Ag Advisory Board. Dale Rector worked for this place up to 2016. He retired, and the tire and shingle boys were put in his place. Kyle Paulson and Rodney Reeves. You know, the dump over here, 70 acres, just 2 miles from here, you know, it was in the news. They took over for Mr. Rector. Mr. Rector did a good job. It doesn't take 2 people to do Dale's job. And they get $11,000, as I don't know what it is now, per car allowance per year. You can drive a pretty nice vehicle on that. Okay, DocuSign. It states in there, it reduces and it's more efficient and it cut down the average to 15 minutes in 2024. I like to explain the metric on that. How did DocuSign improve efficiency to where the customer or the service provided only took 15 minutes? It's stated in there, but it really isn't anything substantive. Okay. Interest on waivers. This is very great because this has always been a political football with the past administration. When I talked to James Shealy in 2017, they actually took his forbearance to the board. Now you see the laundry list in 2023. You need to go all the way back to 2016. 2023 is not far enough. And I know who's responsible in this building for this. So I don't want any of this stuff forbeared. Zero. Because it was always gaining favor in the past. Thank God it's on the agenda today. Walk away from TAAD. They are the TASB of the appraisal system. And I looked over their legislative priorities. I hope they're not ours. Now we'll talk about Mr. Dion in the last minute and 42 seconds.
Hold your breath. I was talking, Rich, go ahead.
When I first met Rich, he was in Chandler's office. I was trying to find somebody smarter than me, more eloquent than me, more palatable than me, and I found two. He came just because he showed up. I think through Julie McCarty or somebody, we needed people to reform this district. And I met Mr. Lasada. These two individuals has placed us where we are today. Without those two, Mr. Law would be in your seat and you'd be in Waco. So, I showed Rich the documentation where he falsified a 2015 election, sent the long letters to the entities, and Rich looked at it and said, I gotta go back to work. But the day Rich got it was when he told that story about the bird. He said he went to a job site and this bird had nested on the ground. And he approached the nest, so the bird flew away and acted wounded, which drew his attention away from the nest. That was Tad in a nutshell. And then finally, Rich realized the bird was just protecting its home by deception. That was his point. We've come a long ways. And because of him, we are where we are today. And there's not enough gratitude in Tarrant County to thank you. I wish you could have 2 more years, 10 more years. And I'm for term limits, but not with you. I want to thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, and really appreciate the kind words about our 2 board members there. Mr. George Dotson.
Good morning, everyone. George Dodson, Colleyville, addressing 6B3 and 7BF. I come before the board this morning to speak about these items. Unfortunately, a major family situation kept me from attending the board IT committee meeting a couple weeks ago, and but I was briefed on the meeting. I'm very pleased overall that there's strong progress in both the updating of the IT infrastructure here as well as a conversion to the True Prodigy project system. I made several recommendations to the committee members after I was briefed by Grady after the meeting, and I appreciate that briefing. And in general, I recommended in my recommendations that the implementation checkpoints be shared, certainly with the IT committee. And I didn't look at my email last night, and Joe Don Bobbitt sent me that schedule, and I appreciate that very much. That helps us to provide better insight and ask better questions. So I appreciate that very much. This is something that would have never happened in the past. I've been coming here for 5 years. Rich and Gary both know that. Telling the appraisal board back then that things were messed up very badly. I'm going to go on with my talk. Some of the public here today may not be aware that the prior CAMA conversion was a disaster, and the system never delivered what was promised. It's my hope that the duplicate running of the current future systems and the checking of all data and applications will be comprehensive, so the problems of missing properties or other major issues are closely evaluated, so we'll not see similar issues that we saw before, and certainly not the magnitude of them, which ended up losing revenue for the entities. Finally, I want to express my sincere thanks to Director Rich Diott for his outstanding work to uncover major issues with the past TAD Board of Directors meetings. In fact, he pointed out the fact that there was no pledge, there was no prayer. The meetings were very ad hoc and very improper for a government organization like TAD. So, and Rich has responded to me with every question that I've come to him, and by the way, Gary also. Gary's involvement was interrupted, and unfortunately, he tells me this morning that he may not be reelected. So it's wonderful to have these two men who have worked so hard to improve the appraisal district, and I appreciate both of them and their leadership has been significantly, and I appreciate their willingness to take stands that were necessary to improve TAD in so many ways. I wish both of them continued success, and I certainly intend to carry on my friendship with both these men. They're wonderful, and I appreciate them very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, George.
Our next speaker, I apologize in advance if I say this incorrectly, Ms. Saeed. I know you, I just can't say your name well.
Good morning, board members. My name is Sayeda Sayed, and I'm a Colleyville resident. I want to talk about TAAD. There is some of my suggestions that I want you to take it to the legislature, and it's, please do not change the requirement of future runoff elections, because next election would be always would be in cycle with governor's election. So it will not cost districts as much as it cost last time.
And you're referring to the public election, correct?
I'm talking about Board of Directors election in 2026 and onward. And board members should be the resident and have a homestead property in the county. That is not currently not the requirement, but legislature can change it. I'm against the appointment of teachers to serve as an ARB members. You can appoint a teacher from another district from another county, like for Tarrant County, you can appoint teacher from Irving ISD, but not from any ISD, because this would likely open the Pandora box for other taxing entities for their employees to serve as an ARB member, or their spouses to serve as an ARB member. And they should change the term limits from 5 terms for Board of Directors to 2 or 3 terms, because currently they have a limit of 5 terms, but at that time the term was 2 years. But now the term is 4 years. It's 20 years sitting on TAD, any appraisal district board. So make it either 2 terms or 3 terms, like 8 years or maximum of 12 years. I will support to change the language for ARB members' term limits. You can change back to 2019, whatever was there. Then after 3 terms, you have to take a break, and if you want to come back if you're alive at that time. Because ARB, I was the youngest, and I'm still the youngest among all. I was appointed when I was 38 in 2018. I'm in support of chief appraiser, or ARB members should not be the elected positions. Now, I've seen on 7A, there is a significant change in regular members and auxiliary members. And the time is not enough to discuss it, but that will limit appraisal district to get a good qualified candidate to serve as a chair of ARB. And I believe Mr. Losada understands it correctly what I'm trying to say. Some of the appraisal district, I'm talking about rural appraisal district, have 5 ARB members, and 3 of them serving as officers. So, but Tarrant County is not that small. I have seen the non-payments for Arlington, Fort Worth, South Lake, Carroll ISD, and Fort Worth ISD last year, and some of them this year. these cities and school district, their representative and residents are sitting on that board and they are not looking into it. And now HEB ISD and Crowley ISD, their board members are running for that. Good luck, because they have a late payment and they have, I would say, in that case, 7B, I have seen it's on one agenda, but it's 3 items. You need to break it down. One, when taxing entity said appraisal district did not send the invoices on time. Number 2, the entities are habitual of not paying on time. Number 3, if I am delinquent in taxes or not paying on time, or if you are not paying on time, you are not able to sit on those seats because you are not qualified to serve as a board member. But entities are not paying on time and delinquent on taxes and want to just pardon them or refund them, that is not a good practice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, great. All right, Mr. Chandler Crouch.
Good morning, board. My name's Chandler Crouch, live in Fort Worth, and I am addressing some general comments here that pertain to TAD business, and there are probably several items under 7, specifically 7F, that I definitely want to address. Before I really get into some of those agenda items, I just want to say that I've talked with several CFOs of school districts, and I've talked to some really knowledgeable people about school finance. It's really impressive. As much stuff as I've done in property tax, school finance, whatever it is, it seems like if I just pick up the phone and call to try to talk to somebody, more times than not, they're willing to talk. So the TASBO people, TASB, there's a lady that orchestrates school finance stuff. I just picked up the phone. She just sat down for an hour, told me all this stuff. The CFO in Fort Worth ISD was generous to share time and help bring me up to speed. I just want to say this. I think that where the board is at in that discussion on reappraising those districts, that wouldn't have happened if it weren't for what I'm going to talk about on 7F. But it seems like to me, if we know that a school's going to fail, if we just go ahead and commit to reappraising those school districts, then that would take care of whatever concerns they have. That's all I want to say on that. The TLO report, the Taxpayer Liaison Report from last time from Ms. Jacobson was, y'all expressed some interest in wanting some more details and had some questions, that sort of thing. I just want to mention, she reached out and called me and was, I could tell that she was responding to that. I noticed she wasn't here. I was hoping she'd be here. I just want to mention my personal experience in that it appeared to me that she is responding to your request. She got a lot of details from me, and she was on top of several situations. And then there's one situation I don't know if she's aware of. There was somebody that reached out to my office. They needed help with something. I don't have the document with me to tell you the specifics on it. Probably wouldn't be appropriate to mention anyway. But somebody had a very legitimate concern. They called to TAD. TAD had an appraiser on their front porch within 30 minutes to personally inspect what that homeowner had called them out to inspect. And then my staff had talked to the people here at the appraisal district. There's a lady, and I apologize, I don't have her name off the top of my head, in the exemption department. They took care of the situation within a matter of hours, and it's something that would have had a major impact on their financial security and ability to stay in their home. So I just wanted to mention that as kind of the proxy taxpayer liaison report. All right, action item 7F. The past several years have been one of the wildest times, the wildest time of my life. It's been so crazy to see what's happened. I was preparing for this meeting and thinking about what I was gonna say, I started reviewing some of the notes in the June 2022 meeting and some of the things that were said in that meeting. I've only got 1:30. I could talk for probably hours on this because it's just the wildest thing. The thing that I want to express most of all is the gratitude that I have for Rich Diott and Gary Lasada. I can't express to you what it's been like to go down this path the past several years. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Personal stuff aside, what we've seen change in the time that they've been on the board. I saw this rope get put up. I saw that meeting. That was wild. The pledge and the prayer. The laws have changed. Mr. Tepper is here, and the involvement he has and what happened before that. The improvements we've seen. We've got new software. Mr. Dodson playing a role. He was at every single meeting for so long, begging for somebody to take some action on the software and that sort of thing. The attitude is I walk through, people are waving, and it's like we're light years ahead of where we were. Anybody that was a part of what happened before does not deserve to be here. And to my count, there's about 16 people that aren't voted out, retired early, fired, whatnot. I appreciate you guys. You guys are it's like the hope of the world. When you see so much crazy stuff going on in the news, if there aren't people like y'all willing to stand up and raise your hand, change wouldn't happen. God bless you. Thank you. And words can't express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. I gotta say, folks, this is a record. We've had 2 sets of speakers that gave us compliments. Let's be sure and get the video to all the board members, okay? Just something to remember. And something to remember, we have a second Chandler, Mr. Chandler Merritt, if you'll come.
Good morning. I'd love to get some of those compliments at my commissioner's court sometime.
There you go.
So good morning, board. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I come to you with regards to a invoice that Tarrant County received back in October related to penalties and interest for a payment due to the district from Tarrant County with regards to the operational budget for the year. When we received the invoice, I reached out to Mr. Bobbitt to understand what the invoice was for. And what he explained to me is that there had been a change from the board's perspective in how they would like to handle these payments by, potentially enforcing these penalties for late payments. So typically ours are due on October 1st, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. That was something that, again, for about 20 years, the practice had been that we would receive the invoice, we would start our new fiscal year, we would make sure the payment would get over here. I think our first payment was over here on October 4th. Even though it was due October 1st. So in a sense, that's, again, been the practice for about 20 years. We weren't fully informed that that was going to happen. So going forward for next fiscal year, I've asked our county auditor as well as our director of budget and risk management to implement prepayment procedures so that doesn't happen again. So in the future, now that we understand the wishes of the board and certainly the chief appraiser on the timely receipt of those payments, that won't happen again. So I'm here to assure you of that. But since the county was not formally aware that those practices were going to change, we're formally requesting that the board consider that waiver this year only for penalties and interest. And then certainly going forward, we'll make sure that that payment is promptly paid before October 1st. That's what I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. All right, then we're going to move on to item number 6. Report by Taxpayer Liaison Officer, and as I understand, she is ill?
Yes, well,
Or
medical
something. Medical.
issue, she could not make it.
So you're gonna address the?
Yeah, I'll go through it briefly. We do have the report that's required to be submitted to the comptroller's office. It's supposed to be a verbatim report based on comments and suggestions from taxpayers, agents, and myself or my staff. And so we have, the first several pages are the report, verbatim comments from people that were submitted to the TLO. So there's not too many. These are comments and suggestions, not necessarily questions where they're asking for help to get something resolved. So those kind of issues go through another process. And then after that, on her normal report, she has the totals of the people that have reached out based on different categories of issues. you have any questions on that.
Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you, sir. And we're gonna go on to item B, 6B, report by Chief Appraiser.
We have public speaking engagements that I've been involved in since the last meeting. There's 3 more that I have scheduled at this point, Azle ISD, City of Arlington. And then on January 16th, we want to have host a cybersecurity discussion with the other entities in the county, kind of discuss lessons learned, talk about software that we all use, and see if there's any kind of additional lessons learned that we can share. Because we want to make sure the rest of the entities in the county learn from our mistakes and kind of better prepare themselves. I did send the board an email regarding the customer service surveys. We actually had 1,236 customer service surveys, and out of those, there were 6 that were less than a 4-star review. And so I think that's phenomenal. Most people are more inclined to let us know, give us negative feedback. And so the fact that 1,200 people fill these out and there were positive reviews, 5 stars, it means a lot to me and my staff. And I just want to make sure that y'all and the public are aware that by and large, we are being responsive to the public. Because I know most of the time when y'all get emails, it's the handful of people that are upset that about certain things. And so I just want to make sure y'all see the other side of it.
There's been less of those.
Yes, it's gone down. So, on camera conversion, we do have a weekly meeting with our vendor to talk about project planning. Every week on a Friday, we submit updated data tables where they can start trying to convert it into the system. We're also discussing integration with other third-party tools that we already use. The vendor is responsive and can integrate those. We're also talking to several other counties. We've taken field trips to Denton County and Rockwall County to look at their system. They use TrueProject also, so we're looking to see best practices. And we're also discussing development issues that we as a group may want to kind of fund. And so with all of us in it, we're not having to fund development by ourselves like in the past. Below that, there's a graph with all of the training. And so there is a course syllabus for my staff to go through and get trained up. And so it has all the time requirements and the number of lessons involved. So there is actually a path forward, so it's not just kind of willy-nilly. We have a plan to train the staff on the new system. On the next page, there's technology update. It's on page 10. All the new computers have been deployed.
Requires reading
Yes,
glasses.
sir. And so the staff are excited about having new computers that are actually current decade. We did meet with the ISIT committee and shared milestones for the conversion and for the CAMA. And so far, everything is on track. And then below that, we get into the ratios. My kind of guide that I've been going off
Don.
of. Whoop, go ahead.
We're excited about the new microphones too.
Yes, sir. The audio for the previous ones had a lot of static in them on the video, so these seem better, and so small improvements every month. With the ratios, at the last meeting, there were 5 or 6 schools that were at or below 90% on one of the ratios, either the weighted mean or the median ratio. This month, there's only 3 that are at 90 or below. So the weighted means have increased and they have recovered, but the median has actually gone down for a couple of the schools. So we're still going to continue to monitor this. Everman is the one I'm most concerned about. They're not recaptured, and so they stand to lose a significant chunk of funding from the state. If you have any questions regarding the ratios?
All right, so last meeting, and again, I'm going off my memory, which is not the best thing to go off of. Your report, first of all, is much prettier, okay? But
Yes, sir.
you had like 5 school districts that looked like they were someone to be concerned about,
That's the 5 in the bottom little graph.
okay?
And so I have the previous median, the current median, the previous weighted mean, and then the current weighted mean.
All right. So are you still saying, you noted Everman,
Yes, sir.
but are you particularly concerned about any other school district?
Azle is on the fence. The median ratio is at 90%, but the weighted mean is at 92. Carroll is 88% across the board, weighted mean and median. They're recapture, so it doesn't affect them monetarily as much as the other schools.
to those three.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, all right, so review me on the ratio, the percentage there. Because there's some talk about 5%, 10%, 85%.
Yes, sir.
So if
The-
you'll review us on that.
Between 95 and 105%, the state considers perfect as far as we can get with our ratios. Below 95%, it's 90% of 95%. The lower limit is 95. So take 90% of that, which is 85 and a half, if you do the math. And so that is the floor. So between 85 and a half and 95 is the range where a school would qualify for grace. And so that would give them 2 years, give us 2 years to get our ratios back in line with what the state believes are correct, and for them to continue receiving full funding.
All right, so let me pause you right there. Let's say a school district falls between the 95 but above 85.5, they fall into grace. Does that affect their, from our perspective, their financials that year?
No, sir.
So let's say they fell into grace, the next year we could appraise their area, and then.
Correct it.
What would that would probably most likely correct it,
Yes, sir.
okay? All right, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
If we get below 85 and a half, there is no grace period, and they would immediately lose funding. And from the rough math that I did for Everman, it was around $3 million that they would lose if we got below 85 and a half. So I'm using 90 as my cutoff, because there's always a chance that the comptroller is going to come in. They're going to use 6 sales from 6 months further to the right. And so I don't know what the market is going to do in those 6 months, and so I want a 4.5% cushion.
Yeah, we don't want to get down to, in the 80s.
Yes, sir.
really. When will the state determine those percentages from their point of view?
We will get the results, I believe, January 31st, usually, of 2026. So we will value it January of 2025. The appraisal notices will go out April of 25. Tax bills will go out in October of 25. In January of 26, the state will tell us we were wrong in the middle of a fiscal year for the schools. And it's an immediate impact.
Is that because we're off cycle now? Is that what's gonna?
No,
create-
that's just,
Because the state screwed up, I'm sorry.
But we designated where the percentage is, not, the state did not mandate that percentage.
they didn't mandate, they only tell us the range, and they're gonna look at actual sale prices from the market for from our area, if they have access to MLS. And so they're gonna use whatever sales they have access to grade us on our values for that time period.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to, now that we did this reappraisal plan and we're off cycle to when the property survey is, what impact is that gonna have on the school
Are
districts?
we all cycle?
Well, for 25, we're not gonna reappraise based on the reappraisal plan. In 27, we'll get back on cycle with the 2-year, and we'll reappraise every time there's a property value study with the current plan.
So we're getting the survey plan, we got it for this year. We won't get it again till 26, but we're freezing things through 25 and 27.
24's values will carry for 24, 25, and 26, and 27 will reappraise based on the current plan. And so that'll be the next property value study that's conducted.
So, which is one of the reasons we're looking at this. I asked him to start looking at last month. I wanted to bring before the board every month to be very aware of it. We have, as you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, we have the ability to call for an appraisal in a specific district, and, you know, and that's why we're trying to stay aware of this. And right now, there's 3 of them to be aware of. I would hope that in January, February at the latest, this board would address the issue, and if we see those that are in trouble, we make a decision as to whether or not we reappraise or not. So, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, I like that, because we need to stay on top of this.
Yeah.
It's gonna have a significant impact, so we need to stay on top of this.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
I like that.
The only other one was Castleberry. Their ratios currently are good, but if you use sales only from July going forward, it looks really bad. It starts over new, basically the ratios that the comptroller is gonna start using start in July, and they'll go through next June. And so that's why they're at the bottom of that little spreadsheet. The full year looks okay, but just the last 6 months looks bad.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other questions? Important issue? Yes, yes, sir.
For the chief appraiser, it sounds like you're monitoring values whether you're doing an official reappraisal or not. Is that true?
We're looking at the ratios from what our last year's value was to what homes sell for. And so we can run that without really doing much math. It's just last year compared to the sale price.
Okay, so because we're doing this every 2 years now, it's not like y'all are going to the beach. You're still doing your work, and you're still monitoring the values. You're just not sending out notices.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It cuts out maybe 2 or 3 weeks worth of work
Yep.
for a handful of people that actually do the sales analysis.
Yeah,
But otherwise, most of our work is permits and construction and cleaning up other things.
right, right. So that, my question and kind of my point is I've understood this as we've gone through. The reappraisal plan that we voted on, y'all voted on in August, and we all voted on in July, wasn't without a lot of consideration. And for the school districts, I know they're worried, but not really that much has changed, and we're staying on top of that so we can keep them whole. That has been a goal. That's why I thought we should have a 2-year instead of a 3-year reappraisal. It would just be too upsetting to the overall process to go to 3 years. But I think the 2 years, the term was used, I think, before, is gonna have significant impact. I don't think it's gonna have any significant impact if we do our jobs. And it sounds like this isn't something that's just happening and we're gonna find out at some point there's a problem. You see it ahead of time. You're looking ahead years in the process to make sure that we keep the valuations for the different school districts in the right place.
As much as we can.
Yeah, and I know there are some districts, the whole county's it's not a monolith, and so some districts may have more challenges than others at times. We can deal with that. We intend to deal with it. We don't want any school district to lose its funding because we screwed up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I have one more.
I'm gonna go to Wendy first.
She can ask her question first. I just want to know what coordination or sharing of information is being done with the taxing entity so that they know we're on top of this.
I sent this spreadsheets out to the schools that I was worried about, the 5, just to let them know that some have changed and some I'm not as worried about as I was. So as the market's changed from an additional month of sales, we're sending it out to those entities that are affected. That way they can kind of plan also.
And so that they also know we're aware.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Joe Don, are you
Sure.
sending this
I'm
out to?
sorry, let me get to Wendy
I'm
and
so
I'll
sorry.
come back to you. Wendy?
So Joe Don, if we did a reappraisal of one district only, one school district only, and nothing else, the surrounding area, so that district alone would be reappraised and no one else would have the opportunity for a reappraisal and say, those values in that district, whether they went up or down, and we're anticipating, like, if we're looking at it, we're saying, oh gosh, it's lower in that area, and so those appraisals would go down in that area. Well, in any area, there's going to be someone that lives across the street or on a cul-de-sac behind them or someone in the nearby area. Because I've had this exact conversation with someone that lives across the street or wherever. Someone's going to call and they're going to say, but you treated them differently than me, and so I didn't receive equal and uniform treatment as they did because you reappraised them and you didn't reappraise me. And my value might have gone down, but you didn't treat them as equally by reappraising them, and you didn't reappraise me. Do you have any concerns about that?
There's always an equity concern. If the ratios are indicating that we should raise an area, the others are, 95 to 100% of market, And so if an area like in Carroll is at 88%, if we raise it, now they are more equitable to the neighbors based on the market. So even within the school district, there's gonna be different ratios that we apply to those neighborhoods. And so some neighborhoods in a particular school district may get reappraised, but it may not change that much. So in some ways, we could fix some equity issues. If a school district, in theory, could have gone down in value, then the person will still have the opportunity to come in and protest, and then our market data would show that we should go down, and then we would offer them a decreased value.
Right, but they would have to.
They would have to take
They would
action.
have to take action, you know, and I was just thinking, well, you know, if the surrounding area, you know, then they would say, oh gosh, you know, all up in arms, you know, because, and I was specifically thinking, you know, like, that area went down and you treated that area differently and their values went down, but you didn't consider our area to go down as a whole area also, so you didn't treat us fairly because you didn't consider us in a reappraisal, you know, for our value to go down as well. So it was just food for thought, you know, was all. It's just, you know, like if we're seeing that it goes down, you know, then the neighboring area too would be like, what about us? You forgot about us. So it was just something to think about. It might not happen, but I have had these discussions with people, you know, that were across the border in a county, and they say, that county went down and I live right across the street from them, and they valued lower, and Tarrant County didn't change it. Well, we're in different counties, you know,
Yes,
so it was just food for thought.
Kelly?
When you're communicating with the districts, are you communicating with the elected officials on the school boards as well as because I know you've communicated with the CFOs and the superintendents. I just want to make sure the major decision makers are aware of the updates and what you're monitoring.
I haven't at this point, but I can add them to my list.
That would be great. Thank you.
Rich?
So as far as TAD's concerned, I think this is to speak to Ms. Burgess's comment. You forgot about us, and I think there's a lot of people in Tarrant County that wished every other year TAD would forget about them. So there's an equal number or more of those people. But I think the term uniform and equal has specific meaning, and I know Mr. Tepper's listening to this discussion, and I'd like him to weigh in on the equal and uniform as it applies to the question that Ms. Burgess was raising.
Mr. Tepper?
Yeah, so obviously, Appraisal District has two real goals when setting values on properties. They're supposed to value all property at 100% of its market value as of January 1. And if they did a perfect job and put every single property on at exactly 100% of the market value, they would also achieve their second goal of appraising property in a manner that is equal and uniform. As both Mr. Bobbitt just brought up, any property owner, regardless of whether or not their property is reappraised in 2025 by the Tarrant Appraisal District, if they think that their value is too high, either is a market value evaluation or on an equal and uniform basis, they should absolutely come down and protest and talk to the appraisal district and ultimately go to the ARB if they cannot get it resolved. When you're looking at an equal and uniform claim that is being made, a property owner who's claiming that their property was valued in a way that is not equal and not uniform, the way that you prove that up most commonly is by looking at the median appraised value of a reasonable number of comparable properties appropriately adjusted. And so if a property owner, in Ms. Burgess's example, lives in an area and their whole neighborhood, for lack of a better word, went down, and there's a school district line that went between those two in the middle of the neighborhood, a property owner who was in an area that was not reappraised could certainly use properties that were in an area that was reappraised as an equal and uniform analysis. And if they are able to show that up, then they ought to be able to get a reduction in their value to make sure that they are appraised in a way that is equal and uniform. And the only only sort of hiccup or catch with that I'd want to make sure that the board understands, and also that members of the public understand, is if your value ends up getting lowered by the appraisal review board after you go through a hearing, the state, when they conduct their property value study and they try to figure out what those ratios are, they will not consider properties where the ARB has lowered it. Whereas if the district, you come in with your equal and uniform chart, and the district looks at it and says, yeah, you got a pretty good point. You are appraised a little bit higher than you should be on an equal and uniform basis, and the district agrees to make that change based on the evidence that you present, and that scenario, the comptroller does include the lowered value in their study. And I just say that because some property owners may come in and feel like they have a very good equal and uniform claim and might not understand why it is that the district won't sign off and agree to lower the value. And sometimes we do have to go to ARB if we feel like those values, if they get lowered, are going to ultimately end up having a negative impact on a school district. That addressed what you were looking for, Mr. Diat?
Thank you, yes.
So I want to tag off of that. One property having too low a value, what you just said, it would take a lot of properties to change the percentage. Am I correct?
Yeah, presumably.
I mean, it'd take hundreds of properties
Right.
to change.
Well,
the percentage.
except that the way that the state, I mean, certainly if you're talking about a single-family residence, with a relatively, average value for Tarrant County, the problem that you run into with the property value study is that it is a statistical sample.
Yep.
And so if they were looking, they only have a certain number of sales that they can compare it to. And so you do run into scenarios where sometimes, particularly a high dollar property in a category or a value stratum, ends up having a very significant impact on the study. And in fact, we protest property value findings by the comptroller on behalf of school districts all the time. And I have walked into any number of informal conferences with the controller where we may have protested 15, 20, 30 different properties that the state used. And we sit down across the table from the controller and we say, why don't we start with property number 12? Because if we get property number 12 resolved, that in and of itself will move the school district into either local value or into the grace period or whatever it is that we're trying to evaluate. But yeah, if you're talking about a $200,000, $300,000 single-family home that is appraised $25,000, $50,000 off of what its value is, the chances that that's going to have a significant impact on the study are pretty remote. So.
Yes, ma'am.
My comment was in hopes that this wouldn't have a dramatic effect on an increase on the number of people coming in to protest, so overloading the protest process. That was my hope and my thoughts for just considering it. I think that it's still a valuable tool, and I think that it's still a great method to continue with. It was just the hopes that it wouldn't funnel more people into the protest venue. They can still, I still want them to be able to use it if they believe that that is the appropriate method for them. I just know that we've been watching the number of protests, and it concerns us when those numbers go up, and so that was the vein of thought. So
Thank you, Wendy,
sir.
appreciate that.
I would kind of tagging along behind that. I think it's important, the number of protests is really important. And I've got, in history, I think I saw one year we were at 38,000, maybe 10 or 12 years ago. 17,000 from 2016, or I'm sorry, 70,000 from 2016. If I'm correct, we're over 200,000 today. That number has been increasing. When I was on the board, I think the number was 140,000 when I first got elected, because I was tracking these numbers. And now we're over 200,000. I think there's a total of 750 round numbers, commercial and residential accounts that we appraise, and 200,000 is a huge number, and most of those are residential. So, I think as far as protests are concerned, I think that's important. I think it's a huge service to the taxpayer directly that we don't come at them every year with a reappraisal.
I have a question, sir. So, timing. I've talked about January, February. I've mentioned February because my understanding from the conversations I've had with CFOs of school districts that they need to know so they can plan their hiring for the coming year. Again, the way the state does it and the way the school district's budgets are, it's out of timing, et cetera. So, what, let's see. Right now, we're looking at these things, you're doing these studies, and it's what it looks like. When will we actually know? I mean, is that in October of next year, or is it?
Well, we'll know what our sales for the previous year, we'll have those loaded late January. And so we'll have a pretty good idea, at least on our calendar that we use. But the sales the state use, we won't know until August. And then we'll have a pretty good idea of what the state will come back with at that point. But we won't get the state's final results until January, and then we'd have to appeal.
And then it'd be yeah. So, in talking about timing, it seems like if you brief us again in January, very detailed, and then hopefully, now that February meeting is scheduled for like this.
February 14th,
Yeah.
Valentine's Day.
Is it this one?
Yes, it
I
is.
thought I changed that. Anyway, we may change that one, depending on if my wife still loves me or not. But if by that date you could have as firm a number as possible, so, again, I don't know who's gonna be chairman, I don't know what's gonna be on the agenda in February, but I hope whatever board this is, that this is specifically addressed in the February meeting. Because that will, again, close for the school districts, but still give them time to react to that and go forward, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other comments or questions on this part of the report or this report? All right, then we're gonna go on to item 7, action items, consent agenda items. I am gonna go ahead and first of all, note we got 9 consent agenda items, and our chief appraiser brought that to our attention, our emails we got for the agenda. I am gonna ask that item 4, action regarding approval of the contract for Macquarie, et cetera, be moved down to below item E, so that we take it out of the consent agenda, so that we can have discussion on that. Is there any other item that a board member would like removed from the consent agenda?
Not being at the last meeting, I'd like to take item 1 off so that I can abstain from the vote on the minutes.
Okay. Okay. We'll take item 1 off. Anything else? All right, so we're gonna move item 1 and item 4 down to right below item E, where we'll address those 2 issues. So let me read the remaining action items. Action regarding approval of resolution to modify the number of regular and auxiliary ARB members. Action regarding adoption of the 2025 Tarrant Appraisal District Investment Policy. Action regarding consent to the Agriculture Advisory Board members' appointments. Action regarding approval for chief appraiser to execute contract for aerial imagery services, Pictometry, if I say that right, International Corp., DBA Eagle View, as part of interlocal agreement with Tarrant County and Tarrant County 911 District. Action regarding approval of chief appraiser to renew contract with GIS Consulting Services. Action regarding approval for chief appraiser to review contract for DocuSign for electronic signature solution. Action regarding approval for contract for improving enterprises for temp to hire IS staff members. Those are the consent items. Anybody have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Rich. All those are any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion moves, and those items are approved. Now we'll go down to 7B. Consider possible action on penalty and interest waivers requested for late allocation payments from taxing entities for good cause and possible refund of penalty and interest for entities already paid. And it's got a list there. I'll go ahead and mention, I was the one that originally asked for this, and actually Callie also asked for this to be on the agenda. I last meeting, we took an action on this, and I agree with the action. I even voted for the action, and that was no, they're late, et cetera. After reflecting on it, I thought about my own customer set, and that's what I bring to this board. My value is I'm a businessman, I have clients, I have employees, and I try to think, well, what's good business policy? And I gotta say, if a client's late, we'll contact them. If they got a good reason, we'll work with them. If they're continually late, boom, it's over and it's done with. We're gonna stop servicing their products. And I know that there was a notice that went out, may not have been seen or whatever. We did send a notice out, but again, it's one of thousands of emails that people receive. So in contemplation, I thought, okay, let's look at this one more time. Let's waive these fees this one time, or we can look at them individually, but at least say, okay, we're gonna waive this one, but now we all know we can't accept that. It's not fair to the taxpayers. We need to treat everybody equally. So that's the reason I brought it up. I'd like for us to reconsider those fees that came before us last time. Do you want to brief us on any additional information?
In the last,
Callie, I'll ask you as well.
in the last meeting, somehow we left out Tarrant County's letter, so we apologize to Tarrant County. It got deleted somehow before we sent out the final packet. And so with that, we want to make sure that they at least had a chance to explain and that we all are aware of their situation. One of the board members did ask that I include the past payment history, and so there is a spreadsheet of all the entities for the last 2 years and the payment history and the ones that have been late. And then there, on the very bottom of the spreadsheet, there's the total amount of penalty and interest that's been paid during this fiscal year. So if it was considered to refund any of it, I just want y'all to know how much is potentially on the table to be refunded. If that's something y'all are considering, I'm not suggesting, it was an item that one of the board members had brought up at one point. Thank you. So.
Kelly, do you have any comment?
I just wanted to say, after the last meeting, I was asking for additional information so I could make the best informed decision. And I learned some new information that there had been, a practice said earlier that, the last 20 years, there had been some agreements of alternative payment schedules. I don't know if it was, an unwritten agreement, but there's been turnover here and there's been turnover at a lot of the taxing entities. I talked to several, and there would be no way of us knowing who had made these agreements. So I think that grace can be given here because there has been a culture of waiving these fees. And, why would you pay on time if you just knew that they were just going to, forgive that penalty for you? So I think it would be fair to say now anyone that has paid, that we refund them and we give them grace this year, but moving forward, we expect the payments to be made on time.
And the only comment I would say on this, May's made it generic, grace this year, I'd say grace this time.
Right, this time, I guess.
Yeah,
Yes,
not,
okay.
they don't have well, of course, we're almost out of the year, aren't we?
Right.
Maybe that's a fair statement.
Well, on this item, regarding
Yes,
this.
yes. Any other
I have a comment. I mean, looking at these numbers, I was actually quite shocked at how late some of these are. I mean, 198 days. If I didn't pay my mortgage payment in 198 days, I'd be evicted. So I think, I agree with what Callie said, if we make this a one-time thing, but then advise them that this will be no more. It's just not gonna happen. Then that would be fair.
And Gloria, I'll mention, we don't have to approve it as a group. We can approve it individually if that was someone's desire. It doesn't have to be a group.
Well, no, we have to be fair. This is the fair and equitable thing. We
well,
don't do
100
it for one and not another.
Well, the only thing I'd say is 100 and something days is a lot different than someone's month late, so.
This is true, but they paid it at this point. After the 198 days, they've already paid it
And I
without
thought the same
penalty.
thing. I thought the same thing, but why would they be, there's no sense of urgency if they know that the penalty will be waived?
Right. Well, that's true.
understand
But
what I'm
they
saying?
eventually
Right.
did pay it,
Right.
is what I'm saying. So maybe not without the penalty, but they did pay it. So we're at the point now where I think we either do it for everyone or we don't do it for anyone at this point. I think that would be fair and equitable.
Yes, sir.
If I notice,
I'm sorry, I'll call on Gary, and then I'll call on you.
thank you.
Gary?
Okay. I guess my concern is how many times do we have to visit this? I thought we talked about this several months ago, and then last board meeting, I thought we had an action item and said we would not waive those penalties. And my question on the fair and equitable is, if we waive these penalties, why don't we go back for the rest of the year and waive all the other penalties that other districts have? I just don't, quite frankly, it blows my mind that these chief operating officers, finance directors, whatever, don't know that they have a payment they've got to make on a prescribed schedule. And some of the reasoning that I read in here is just not acceptable. So I would think that to be fair and equitable, we dig in, we say, look it, we've got a policy, we've adhered to it, let's stick with it. I would not be in favor of refunding money already collected. That, I think it was brought up earlier by Saeda, and none of us would be sitting on this board if we were delinquent in our property tax payment. So why do entities get a special treatment and others don't? It's sort of like living in a city where it says you can't water after 10 a.m. and I go down in the city park and football field is being watered at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't agree with that. So my thinking is we ought to stick by this, and penalty paid, they're done. We need to just stick by our guns. That's all.
Rich, yes, thank you.
I was just noticing, because Tarrant County is here, and it looks like, well, 35 days in January of this year, and then 21 days, and everything else is within 2 weeks. And I looked through all the other entities, and the numbers, I would say, are kind of similar. Some are less. Some are a lot more. And I think that's the issue now. How do you kind of adjudicate that? How do you come to what's fair and reasonable? It's obvious that some people really don't pay attention to this. They aren't careful about it, and they just pay whenever. That hurts the other districts when it's that out of hand. But if it's not that out of hand, I'm kind of thinking, you know, what would Visa do if I was late? I know what they have done both ways. They've extended grace, and they've also not extended grace. I have found out that the more money you have in the process there, the less critical they are if you're consistent. So I'm torn in a way, but I think if we're talking about this time and not this year, then I think that covers Mr.
Yeah,
Losada's concern.
the specific list possibly.
And if we can send a notice out, and I'm speaking a little bit metaphorically here, with red letters and clouds around it on the email or whatever we send, this won't be tolerated moving forward if we make sure that people don't just ignore it. Maybe even getting acknowledgement that we won't be doing it this way in the future. I would support this time, and what we get out of that is we make sure everybody knows and they don't just kind of accidentally forget.
Wendy? Wendy, I thought that you had your hand up.
Yes, sir. I have 2 questions for our chief appraiser. When are the payments scheduled sent to the entities for the year?
November of the year prior.
So they know in advance when the payments are due and the amount of the payments?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a payment schedule that they know in advance that they can program into their books, so they know when the amount is due, what the amount is due, and they know when to send it in and when the due date is.
Yes, ma'am.
In advance. Okay? When are those payments due? Are they quarterly? Are they monthly? When are those payments due?
The tax code defines quarterly payments, and it's due on the first of the quarter. It does allow myself to enter into a alternate payment schedule, and so we offer monthly and yearly payments or quarterly payments.
Okay.
And so if they check one of those boxes, when they send it back to us, we'll enter into an agreement with them on those timeframes. Otherwise, if they don't respond, it's quarterly.
But that was confusing to me because some of, in looking through the schedule of the late payments, there were some that were monthly and some that looked quarterly, you know, so it was confusing to me, so wanted to get some detail on that, you know, I mean, some people were first timers, you know, first time this year in being late, and some, you know, 3 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, you know, and are asking for grace, you know, for varied reasons, and some were just like, oopsie, you know, we thought we scanned it in and didn't, so please forgive us, you know, and it's interesting, you know, but they knew what the payment amount was, they knew the due date, and like others have said, you know, if your electric bill was due on a date and you don't send it in, or your Visa is due on a date, they charge you interest, and you're expected to pay it.
Alan?
So, I think it's incredibly important that we be consistent in what we do, and we treat all entities equally, and we have been horrific at that this year. We have, I just quick count, 15, 20 entities that were late this year, and we only actually forced 4 to pay. And I know all those other waivers, at least a dozen or more, were done without the board's knowledge or consent.
Yes.
So I have a real problem with consistency, and we either correct this for everyone or no one, and it's been messed up pretty good this year. Those entities that did pay had the same reasons, same excuses, whatever you want to call it. So if we're going to forgive it for some, we have to accept that for all. I personally think that we should enforce the law and the ordinance as the state prescribed it, and we should enforce payment and penalty. But if the board chooses to give grace to some on specific reasons, I think we have to give it to all on those reasons.
All right.
Personal opinion.
So if I could, I'd like to make a motion unless there's some other
I'd
comment.
like to make a comment.
Okay, yes, sir.
Section 606K states that for good cause shown, the board of directors may waive the penalty and interest on a delinquent payment. I don't see good cause here. I don't think it gets to the level of good cause. It is also surprising that so many of these entities build financial plans around late payments. I mean, it's part of their program. I'm shocked. Do we do this? Do we intentionally late pay?
I don't believe so.
Because if we do, it's wrong. And so I don't see good cause here.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, so-
I'm sorry, I want to clarify a thing about the due date, mostly because I know a lot of our entities are listening, and I also know how the controller, when they do their MAPS review, looks at things. The deadline is not January 1st or the first date of the quarter. The deadline is actually before January
The day
1st or the
before.
first date of the quarter. And I just say that because,
Just
like,
like
I know the
taxes.
county was talking about their fiscal year starts on October 1. If they sent their payment over on October 1, it
It's
would
late.
technically be late. It
Right.
really needs to be here September 30th.
Right. Good
And that's not really germane to what y'all are discussing. I just wanted to make sure
Just like
that
taxes.
any entities that are listening and making their plans do understand that it has to be here before the first of the month to be timely.
So Matthew, that's exactly like tax bills, right?
It is, exactly.
Yes.
The delinquency date is February 1st, and if I walk into your office and pay my taxes on February 1st, you are going to charge me penalty and interest. I have to pay by midnight on January 31st if I want to avoid the P&I.
All right, so as I said in the beginning, I bring my business, my personal business sense to it. And if I had an accounting manager that for years was waiving late fees, et cetera, and I wasn't aware of it, she wasn't adhering to policy, and then all of a sudden I click that off to the client, I'm gonna have a bunch of complaints because they just weren't used to it. And, okay, so I forgive them, but please know, Ford, you're gonna be charged that. We've had a culture prior to January of this year. We had different leadership, we had a different board of directors significantly, that the board of directors was a rubber stamp, I'm saying it generically, and the prior leadership was all about making everyone, all the entities happy, and no conflict. January 1st, we had a significant change in board of directors and in leadership here. And so as a good client, as a vendor-client relationship, I think we have a difference because of the culture that was here previously and because of the previous board. The difference in the ones that are listed is they made a request. Unless someone goes and asks to have a meeting with ARB, it's accepted, but they had the ability to make a request. These 5 made a request. It's for specific bills, not all year long, and so I know this is not in line with what Alan's saying, but these are the ones that have asked. And otherwise, the other ones have been paid and it's done, and it's history. So, my motion would be
We have
that
a question.
my motion would be that this is that we make a one-time exception based on the list on page 34 of those specific late fees, and that we do, either if we've charged them, to reverse it, or that we tell them it's okay, but in that same action, we're clearly state to all entities, we are going by the policy at hand that this board is under the authority to do, so.
To be
that's
clear,
my-
you're not including all entities that have already
I'm
paid.
only including the 5 that have asked for exceptions.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Is that a second or?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna see if there's a second. All right, no second. Yes, sir.
So, Joe Don, of the dozen or more entities that staff waived without the board's knowledge and consent, did they ask for a waiver or did we just do it?
I believe we just did it.
Of the entities that paid, did any of them ask for a waiver?
Not that I recall.
That's not correct. I know for a fact Fort Worth did, and we denied it.
I'm sorry, can
And
you
Fort
restate that?
did,
There's,
but by the time we got to our meeting, they had already decided to go ahead and pay it.
Because
So-
we told them they had to pay it.
All right.
So-
Rich, I'm sorry, Rich.
I kind of lost what was going on in the exchange between the chief appraiser and Mr. Blaylock.
So, the commentary was staff this year waived for, over a dozen entities without our knowledge or consent. And that, I think, creates a different standard, where, some got grace and some didn't without the board's knowledge. And I think we're perpetuating that same culture. I, again, go back to, I think everyone should pay.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my concern is that the ones you're talking about, they're repeat offenders.
They all are.
Because it's, the list we have indicates that they have consistently not paid on time. So, you know, I read briefly the reasoning there. And I will tell you, in my former life as a federal employee, and I was responsible for paying the bills, the federal law required that they mandated we had to pay penalty fees if we were late in making our payments. So we wouldn't have to go to a board. The law said we would pay that fee. So it's not like people in a funding capacity doesn't have that kind of knowledge to know those bills have to be paid.
Yeah.
And I was reading one excuse was that the bill went to their spam folder. But that's not our responsibility. I know that more effort was done by our staff to try and find where that one went, but it's not our responsibility to check their spam folder. But in this case, we did, and our files indicated that it did not. go to a spam folder. So that's my concern. These are repeat offenders. If it had been a one-time thing, you know, and you were talking about giving grace, and at the last meeting, I did say that. Can we give them a grace period? Because sometimes, like your mortgage payment, it's due on the 1st, but they give you till the 16th to pay it, and there's no penalty. After the 16th, then you have to pay an additional cost.
Mr. Fuente, point of order.
Actually, I would like to, let me address her comments, if you don't mind, since.
Well, I think we're out of order. That's why I'm asking the question.
Please go ahead.
And I would defer to our attorney, but if there's a motion that was made and there's no second, it's over.
Right.
So I don't know why we're going on.
We're just having discussion, but
Because somebody else can make a motion.
Obviously, the motion that Mr. Puente made died for lack of a second, and if somebody else has another motion they want to make, they
Right.
can make it.
That's my
And if
point.
that is the
But can
only motion that's going to be made, then we probably would go on.
so we can't have further
No,
discussion.
you can, but if somebody wants to make another motion.
Okay, so
There's not
let-
currently a
Mr.
question on the
Chairman.
floor, though, right?
I'm sorry?
There's not currently a question on the floor.
No,
When
there
I-
is not.
When I have continued discussion, we need to have a
So-
new motion.
Yes.
Things are moving pretty
do
fast.
you agree with that?
Yeah, I think somebody should make a motion.
Okay.
I will second Mr. Puente's motion.
Is
For the
that
sake of
okay?
discussion.
Blake?
No, I mean, if you want to, if you could go through and restate it and have Mr. Diak re-second it for the purposes of discussion, if you want it to be abundantly clear.
And I'm
Okay.
sorry, I thought it was seconded.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know who seconded it, but I thought it was seconded.
All right, so my
And I-
motion, again, forgive me for my lack of exact words, but we make a one-time exception on the list presented below, on page 34, and we either refund or not charge them the fee specific to this list. And then, as I think we've already done probably, we notify all entities of, we are going to enforce our policy.
With red letters, right?
With red letters and bubbles and clouds and stuff like that. That's my motion. Have a second.
A second for the purposes of discussion.
All right, and then if I could, let me do a little bit more discussion, kind of addressing Gloria. And again, I get what you're saying. You know, the beauty is, we're not the federal government. This is within our authority here at this board, so that's one thing. I'm not addressing the history of late payments. That's why I don't want to refund all the payments for the entire year. These are the ones that specifically ask for it. If you look at the dates, and again, I've not studied them, but they're all a short period of time. This is not something that was 3 months or 6 months old on the specific list. So that's why I want to address the specific list. These specific accounts have asked for it in writing. And so I'm not addressing their history. I don't want to refund their past sins, if you will. And again, these are the ones that asked for it. If it was my
Mr.
client.
Puente, is this a part of the
If it
motion?
were my client, I would
don't
make,
understand.
if it were my
in
client, I would
discussion.
make this is what I
Still
did.
discussion.
I'm sorry, Matt.
So we're still in I thought you were making a motion, but are we in discussion right now?
The motion, second it, and yes, we're now in discussion.
Fair.
I'd like to make a comment. I would be in favor of if we're gonna do it for this group, do it for all. You know, I heard an analogy recently, and I think it applies here. You know, if you showed up late to work every day, 15 minutes late for 2 years, and then one day you walk in 15 minutes late and they say you're fired, wouldn't you be blindsided? Because at this point, you know, we've had different staff here, we've had turnover, taxing entities have to have turnover, and I wanna be consistent moving forward, but in this scenario, it's a unique situation. And I think that there has been a culture of, hey, you know, why would they pay on time if they have a consistency of waiving the penalties? You know, there's been no penalty. And so I would be in favor of waiving all and we refunding taxing entities that have already paid this time.
Well, we have a motion on the floor,
we
so
call
I
the
believe
question?
we
Yeah,
have.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
asking
I'm
if
just,
there's any
what
other
is
discussion on
discussion?
this motion.
Could I call
This is
a
just
question?
discussion.
Yeah, please call.
There has, Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's
I'm
been
sorry,
sufficient.
Gary, did you call the question?
I called for a question.
And I'm saying, I
Thank
think that's out of order at this point. I
I
don't think
think
the
you're out of
discussion
order.
has been.
I'm sorry,
fully
I'm gonna return to
discussed.
Matthew.
So
and-
I think what we've got right now is we've got a motion and a second on Mr. Fuente's motion. And so y'all can continue to discuss it, and then if you are done discussing it, you need to take a vote on that motion. And then depending on what happens with that motion, if the motion passes, then obviously it passes. If that motion fails, then if somebody wants to make a different motion and can get a second, then y'all can take that up.
We've had this discussion, this is the third meeting in a row. Yep. We had this 2 months ago in August, and we voted. And it came up again in the next meeting, and again, we voted. I believe it was unanimous both times. I'm curious. We're here again, nothing's changed. You know, what changed? Where is the good cause? Again, we've had this discussion 2 meetings in a row. This is the third meeting. We're gonna have it next meeting also. I mean, when's it gonna stop?
If I might address Matt, it predates that. It goes back into February and March of this year, and Alan was alluding to that, and we took a position then and said, what are we gonna do with City of Fort Worth who's delinquent in their payment? And right after that meeting, it was decided, or it was paid and it was done. So we brought that up then, that we're not gonna make waivers like this. We were ready to do that in February, March, and that's why it's in front of us today, because we asked the staff to bring these things before us and not just making their own decisions. So here we are, fast forward to today, and we're here for the third time on the same thing. I feel there's political pressure coming from somewhere, and I don't like it.
Any other discussion?
Sure.
Well, I think that would.
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
I'm gonna go
Go
with
ahead.
Rich.
I understand all of everything you're saying, and I understand what Alan is saying, and I appreciate it. I want a definite break on this. I don't want us just to keep reconsidering this all the time. But I understand the county goes back 20 years with this kind of thing. This is a change, and we put our foot down. I'm not sure we made sure everybody was completely aware of the change that we were making. And it appears that it wasn't really clear, and that's why I'm saying with red letters and making sure, maybe even get a response back from every entity or something like that, to make sure that moving forward we don't do that. We've been waiving fees repeatedly for decades, apparently. So I think there is, when you talk about just cause, and I appreciate, what is the change? For me personally, it's the realization of how many, this just goes back a year or two. Tarrant County's telling us they can go back 25 years, and that's just the way it's always been done. So this is a significant change in our opposition. The last thing, you know, it's kind of funny, because one of our future board members, Fred Campos, is in the back, and he spoke to us about the reappraisal plan a few months ago, and he put on, he said some very complimentary things, then he put on his HEB ISD hat and said, "What the hell are you doing, board?" Well, turnabout is always fun, and so I can turn to Fred now and look at this letter from the HEB ISD, who I think is a great ISD, and Fred's going to be a great board member, I'm sure. But Fred, what the hell is going on? So,
Rich, let me interrupt you on that. You may not have been at the meeting where Mr. Campos came up and he said, in fact, we made a mistake and we need to own up to it. Is that not correct?
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're getting off the subject here.
That's what I
If you'll-
called
So,
the question.
but my point is that this is a significant change in operations and fiscal years. I'm looking back, that it isn't really an issue with most of them, but sometimes the fiscal year ends and there are things that happen there. And I'm torn, but I think I'm leaning towards supporting the motion.
Callie?
I mean, I said it already. I think
Okay.
that if, just to mention to your point, I think that would be valid if we were giving, if we were just doing this list. But I think that if we're gonna forgive this list, we should do it across the board this time. And that, I mean, that's not any special favors towards anyone, so.
All right.
All or none.
And any other discussion on this motion? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Unless it needs to be repeated, I'll ask for a vote.
Repeat the motion, please.
Could you repeat the motion?
Sir, I have a motion from Mr. Fuente that says, as presented on page 34 of the agenda packet, to waive and/or refund amounts to entities as a one-time exception and not to charge the fees specific to this list and to notify the entities of that effect.
In red letters.
All right, well, I didn't actually see that, but anyway.
Yeah, you
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. Is there any other motion on this issue?
I would like to move to, get the wording on here. I would like to move to waive penalty and interest requests from taxing entities and refund the penalties and interest for entities already paid. Just this time next fiscal year, we expect just this fiscal year.
What if,
Just this fiscal year. You want me to say the whole thing again?
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
you need to identify, I think, with what group you want to do the.
So the
waiver
difference
for.
between the last motion and this one would be to include, the list and entities that refund entities that have already paid.
what is happening?
Just making a motion to refund.
So is the motion then to waive and/or refund late fees, penalties, and interest for all entities that have paid after the deadline from the fourth quarter of 2023 up through the present date?
Is that what's on this list?
That's
Okay,
fine.
yes, yes.
Do you want it to be the fourth quarter of 2023 or start with the first quarter of 2024?
I would think first quarter, if you're trying to do this year.
I was thinking this year, but
Yeah.
Is this
So
an
the
agenda
first payment
item?
for this year was
An extra one?
due before January 1st of 2024. So it would have been the December, and I guess if they paid late, it would have come in January of 2024. So is the
right,
motion
and I will
then-
say, moving forward, we will expect payments on time, and there will be penalties.
So, Kelly, we're trying to get clarity on,
We move on.
maybe you mean all late fees in the calendar year we're currently in.
Yes.
He's
that's what-
going back to, yeah, but it was
Okay.
a quarter before, but it's due now.
I don't
And
really feel like going, I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable going back that far, only because I wasn't, I mean, haven't been here long.
So then is the motion that you're trying to make that you want to waive and/or refund all late fees for penalties and interest on entities that made late payments during calendar year 2024?
Yes, yes, that's right.
All right, do I have a second for that motion? Yes,
I'll
sir.
second that.
Get a second. Do we have discussion?
What's the amount?
Uh,
I mean,
Where
what's
is
the
it?
amount?
Question is
What
what,
is it on
This
this
is,
list? It
this
was
is, this is chaos.
200,000?
Yeah, this is crazy. What,
We're not setting a
What
good
is the total-
example for the TAD staff. You know, this, hey, we really mean it now. No, we meant it back in August when we stated it. Nothing's changed. And so, again, simplified. Section 606 states that for good cause shown, the Board of Directors may waive it. We haven't seen good cause. We haven't seen good cause. And the fact that it was always done this way, that's horrifying. Again, I question
I agree.
the entities that built their financial plans around paying late. And again, if we do that, we stop doing that.
it was
Period.
done this way by the staff, not by
I'm
this
sorry,
board.
let's go with Matt,
Correct.
unless Matt's through. You're through?
Thank you.
Yes, Wendy?
Said it was done by the staff, not by this board. And the 606 says, for good cause by this board.
All right. Any other comments?
Just for the record, I have good cause. I see good cause, but
Super.
to consider doing it.
And I think the materials you have in front of you that have the $207,190.55 on page 44, that also includes one late payment by the city of Fort Worth. It was actually the fourth quarter of 2023. So the way that Ms. Rigney made the motion, the actual amount would be $148,146.41.
So $148,000 refund, which if we did that, where would that money?
Refund and waiver. Refund and waiver.
Okay, where would that money come from?
Our general fund. But,
It's not budgeted.
no, it's money that we
It's
didn't plan to
money they've
receive.
spent.
It wasn't budgeted income either.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Very good point. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I think I would call that a nay, unless someone wants us to do a hand raise.
Let's do a hand raise, please.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? We haven't, it's a nay. So that motion fails. Any other motions on this subject?
So
All right.
the final thing is no one's getting a refund, everybody has to pay the penalty.
Correct.
Are we done?
I like that. I would like the board to make, assert that, so I make a motion, that we're not giving any refunds or waivers, and that we expect, that the entities will pay on time in the future.
Or receive penalties.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're making a motion on the policy we have.
I mean, you're suggesting tax code right now. I mean, that's.
We're suggesting
that
we
Yeah,
is-
follow
this-
tax code.
If this needs to be a resolution or something to say,
Well,
we're drawing the line in the sand.
And technically,
just so
Matt's
everybody
correct. We
knows.
did already make that resolution, so.
We
But
follow
if
tax
someone wants to
code.
second that? No second? Let's go for it. All right, now I gotta figure out where the heck we are.
You're on item
All right,
seven
item-
C,
item
Mr.
C,
Chair.
Thank you. Action regarding purchase of new payroll HR software for 2025.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second. Oh,
Okay. Do we have any discussion? I would like for our chief appraiser to brief us on it.
We're looking to replace our current payroll and timekeeping system. The current one has issues. And so with our insurance company, we're able to get a benefit of $30,000 savings, and we're going to implement that towards this project. And so the cost is under $50,000 for both years.
So where would the money come from?
We have it already budgeted for the current year.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item D, deliberation and action on options for committing unspent funds from 2024 budget. Mr. Chief Appraiser.
Before the end of the fiscal year, we have to commit to keep the funds or return it to the entities. So staff is recommending that we commit the funds to one of, building maintenance fund or the technology fund or a combination of. We can determine the exact dollar amounts when we get the final audit, so we have the exact dollar amounts once all the bills have been paid for this fiscal year. And so those are the two that we're recommending to keep the funds, just to replenish the reserve funds that we spent this year due to the IT issues.
okay.
So my question would be, for example, the litigation fund, we earlier this year approved of them having the fund. Is this on top of, was that money spent or is this on top of that?
This would be money to build these balances back up. So the litigation fund is still there, and so it hasn't been spent.
Okay, so how much is in the litigation fund now?
$300,000.
Okay, so you're just saying it's gonna remain the same?
Yet these numbers are currently gonna stay the same. We have, 360,000 that we estimate that we'll have to commit towards something. And so by resolution, when we get the audit, we'll actually have y'all, decide how you wanna break up their $360,000. Right now, we're recommending either the technology fund or the building maintenance fund.
And that's where we've been consistently taking money
Yes,
from.
ma'am.
I'll make a motion to approve along staff's recommendation for this item.
And I second.
So, all right, so we got a motion, second. Then my question is, the way this reads, between the technology and the building maintenance committee fund, the way we're moving this is, although it will still come before us for approval, I believe, you're leaving it up to staff as to what dollars go where.
No, we'll come back with a resolution once we have the audit, and so we'll have exact dollar amounts, and y'all can determine the exact amount you wanna put in each fund. Or you can reallocate all the funds. So right now, we're just saying, the 360,000 we think we'll have left over, we're gonna keep it and not refund it, and then we'll determine exactly how y'all want us to reserve it at another point.
But temporarily, you're putting them as a technology and building maintenance. Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So moved. Item E, consider and possible action regarding TAD's membership with the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts. And if you want to make a comment, or else I'm going to call on Eric for sure.
That's, so this item, item E, I requested that this item be placed on the agenda. I want to make the board aware of, well, not a situation, but I guess a development. Texas Association of Appraisal Districts, for those who don't know, is a taxpayer-funded lobbying group that TAD is a member of. This issue goes back to the reappraisal plan that we approved earlier this year. For those who are not aware, I've been informed by multiple sources for past couple of months now that supposedly TAAD has been lobbying against some of the changes that we made here at TAD. And you know, initially I didn't think much into it. I just kind of figured, you know, I understand it's a controversial change. There's some who will be for it, some who will be against it. I've certainly heard both sides of the argument. What made me bring this up today is, I don't know if anyone pays attention with the legislature, some of the committee hearings. There's been a couple of Senate committee hearings where this issue has been mentioned, some of the changes we made, and the president of TAAD, Brent South, he made some comments at some of these committee hearings that to me very clearly sounded like lobbying against our changes. The most recent meeting last month on the Senate Local Government Committee, I believe it is, Brent made a comment that he was sending suggested verbiage to some of the committee members that would, I don't remember the exact verbiage he used, but that would basically suggest state law requiring yearly appraisals instead of what the current state law says, which contradicts our efforts and what we've done here at TAD. So my intent today with this agenda item is, my position on that is I think it is not proper for TAAD to do. A lot of taxpayer-funded lobbying groups, like I used to be on city council before I was here. I can give you an example with TML, Texas Municipal League. Their general policy is if there's a legislative issue or a policy that is controversial amongst their members, it's city versus city issues, some cities want this, other cities want this, generally their policy is to stay out of that issue. And my understanding is that is very typical with taxpayer-funded lobbying groups. If it's split amongst your membership, don't get involved. In some circles, it is even seen as an ethical issue since all these members are paying fees to this organization. It wouldn't be right to argue for some of your members and against others. What we've done with the reappraisal plan is that issue. It is a split issue. Some appraisal districts, I understand some of them don't like it. You know, they have every right to be wrong. Some appraisal districts have followed some of the changes we have made, and I believe more will join in soon. So, you know, I'd like, if there's any other discussion y'all would like to have, otherwise I intend to make a motion to, for the Tarrant Appraisal District to end our membership with the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts, effective at the end of our current membership in February, I believe it is. We actually looked, we had, the bill is calendar year, and so we have a bill right now that they, for the next calendar year, that we have not paid yet.
Okay. So did you just make a motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to end our membership at the end of whenever
calendar
year. Yeah,
I'll
this calendar
second.
year.
We have a second. All right, so further discussion. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Adam.
Oh, Rich, please go first.
I was just going to say, I've been in Austin, like many of us have, several times on issues, and mostly I'm down there because of pro-life stuff, but I'm down there occasionally on taxpayer-related stuff as well. And you line up and you stand in front of these committees or sit in front of them and give them your opinion after the taxpayer-funded lobbyists go first. And sometimes it's 2 in the morning when you get on. There is something wrong. I take time off of work and I spend a day traveling, sometimes lodging, trying to make my voice heard. And I speak for a lot of people usually when I do that, but I am generally opposed to taxpayer-funded lobbyists because of that kind of thing that I've seen over and over. And then people that work with our entities sometimes show up down there too, and they're getting paid to be there. So I'm there on my own dime, and they're there on my own dime too. And that's really frustrating, especially when it comes down to something like this. I've heard some of those comments. I think, is Mr. South the president?
Don't believe he's the president. He is the head of, I believe,
chair-
the TAAD Legislative Committee.
Yeah, so in some comment, he made reference to appraisals being a science. And I agree, there's probably some precise methodology that's used, but I totally reject the word science in there. It is not science. Science results in 32 degrees freezes water within certain limits and certain conditions. TAD every year comes up with 750,000 appraisals, and an appraisal is an opinion of value. So you've got 750,000 opinions out there from this so-called science, and I just totally reject that. That kind of thinking, and then additionally, I do believe, and honestly, even before the 3 new members got on here, I was working on trying to find good ways for us to do what we did, as others were. And the fact that it was ill-considered or we rushed through it is not true. It was very well considered, and I think the taxpayers deserved that. And I think our 3 new members came in with some really good ideas. And I just reject the idea. They're going to try to reject. I'm sure they're going to make some changes at the legislature. I'm going to have to talk with Senator Betancourt, or probably won't talk to me because some of the things he said are just wrong. Mr. South, I have respect for him, but his characterization of it as science doesn't result in opinions, especially everybody has an opinion. If you ask, to make a personal illustration, if you ask 10 hydrologists, which is one of the fields of business I'm in, their opinion, you'll get 12 opinions. And so this is an opinion of value, and that's what's really crazy about this whole property tax system, is it's based on opinions, top to bottom. So I'm going to support the motion.
All right, any other, yes, sir, Al?
So I'll start by saying I agree with Eric in that a lobbyist on our behalf should not lobby against our interests. That is absolutely correct for TML, and I think for virtually any lobbying organization in the state. I am extremely in favor of sending some form of reprimand to TAAD to that effect. But I have a couple questions for Joe Don on this decision. One, I understand you have a role in TAAD. Could you share what that is?
Yes, sir. I am on also the legislative committee with TAAD. That way we try to reach out to the legislatures and explain our position. And if they are considering any potential law changes, we help do the math to show them what the outcome would be. Because a lot of times there are unintended consequences to law changes.
Okay, please let me. My second question is, we're characterizing this as a lobbying organization. Is that their primary function, or do they do other things that are of value?
It's mainly education. They sponsor a lot of education across the state. The Chief Appraiser Institute is primarily done through that office, which is a requirement for my position. You can't participate in that unless you're a member of that. What I've been trying to do is send the directors to that organization through the Chief Appraiser Institute to give them a broader understanding of what all my role encompasses. That way they have a better exposure to not just appraisal, but the administration side of it. There's also like a message board email chain where as Chief Appraiser or staff, if we have questions, we can reach out to our peers and get answers from experts that have probably seen the same thing. There's the annual conference that I think Mr. Puente and Ms. Pena went to last year. There's a whole day that's a board track where they have classes and schedules specifically geared towards board. That is, if member districts, I think the membership or the conference is $450. If you're not a member, it's over $1,200. So there's like $775 savings
per individual,
per person if we're a member. So the $3,000 we spend on an annual basis, we get that back, we send at least 4 or 5 people to that conference. And I would like to invite all of y'all to come and attend. I think it'd be a good opportunity for y'all to advocate y'all's position to the other board members across the state and explain what we've done and why and the benefits of it. I did speak with Mr. South. He acknowledged that he probably misspoke or could have worded it better. A lot of what other chief appraisers are upset about is there's a conflict in the code between Constitution says annually reappraise. The code also gets into reappraisal plans. We can do it once every 3 years. And I think the main intent for the other chief appraiser is clarify, is it 1 or 3? That way we're all on the same page. And so we're appraisers. We like to appraise. We want to do it every year just by default. But whatever the law says, we'll go with. And so I think TAAD's position is just tell us what the role is and we'll follow it.
Okay, do you feel that in your role and the influential role in that specific committee, coupled with statements from this board, would be adequate to change that discussion towards more favorable to TAD and advocate for clarity on our behalf?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
I'd like to make a comment on, just because it's on the subject. Last year, the prior chief appraiser was engaged with TAD. Before I even came on the board asked him to advocate for a certain position. Rich, I don't recall what it was exactly. At a meeting I was at, an executive session, he was asked, okay, well, have you advocated for that position that we asked for? And he said, no, because I don't agree with the board. Oh. And maybe that's in the purview of I'm not accusing you, but I just don't think you can assume because it's this board's position that it will necessarily get advocated for. For example, I think you went with us on the appraisal program, but you would have liked to have had the automatic renewal. And so.
Just by default, I'm an appraiser. I like to appraise.
Right. So I'm just saying, there you go. I'm just saying you can't assume that because of his influence there, that it's an exact duplication of what this board has stated. Not accusing him of anything. Eric, I'll let Callie, you ask for.
Well, I would just say, just like a city manager with the city, he's representing us, not necessarily, and I respect your opinion here, but I would feel like you would communicate and represent our position on this, and I'm not in favor of being part of a group that is actively, we're paying for them to work against us. So we can revisit this when there's a new year and we have another payment. I know we're gonna make the last one, but right now I'm not in favor of continuing.
Eric, I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
Yes, I wanted to say, when you and I attended the training that we went to last year, and it was not mandatory, I found that it was very good networking opportunity, and I learned a lot from other board members from different counties, where our similarities were, where our differences were, what concerns we had that they shared, and it was a good forum in which to share solutions to problems as well. You know, didn't mean we have to go that way, but it was a good forum in which to do that. And also, I would expect that our chief appraiser would support what we say, since we're paying for him to be there. And I think that the words that were expressed by Mr. Blaylock is something we need to follow. I don't think this is one person who's the head of a committee, you know, not the president of the group. So, I mean, that person can be changed. We can advocate for you to be the president of the committee. But anyway, I think what we're gaining from them is much more beneficial than what we would lose if we decided to terminate that membership.
I'm gonna go to Wendy and then Matt.
I have actively gone to these conferences, and I have never considered this group as a lobbyist group. It has been an education group. They have board of director tracks where board members can go and learn about best practices Mr. Tepper has taught some of those. They have other subject matter experts that speak on how do you search for a new chief appraiser? You know, what would you need to do? What are the best practices of being a board member? What do you not do when you're a board member? You know, but then also other items that are related to appraisal districts. And I have a unique experience, you know, with my role and appraisal districts. So it has always been an instructional tool for myself, and it has been instrumental in gaining knowledge. And I've never seen it as a lobbyist group in any means whatsoever. So my view of this group has always been an instructional group and gaining understanding of what appraisers are to be doing, what the industry is to be doing, and then also updates with legislative efforts, what's going on in the legislature currently, what were the results of the past legislature, you know, what were the changes, what does that mean to the industry, what do you need to be planning for, what are the effective dates, and what are the things that we need to be doing in our software to make changes, you know, that are requirements that were set forth, you know, and also, as Mr. Bobbitt mentioned, you know, it's also an opportunity for us to be involved with our legislators and let them know, you know, these are the things that we are going to have to put into work in our daily efforts, and they're putting together the sausage, you know, to make these laws, and we're able to let them know, you know, this isn't really going to work in the daily workings of the offices, but if you tweak it this way, it will work much better. And so they really appreciate that dialogue, you know, because they want the best laws to be passed, you know, so it works best for the public. So I've always seen it as an instructional group, not a lobbyist group.
Matt?
If we leave, and someone wants to go to training, education, we can still go, right? Just pay the full bill?
Yes, sir. Except for the Chief Appraiser Institute. I'd have to check and see if TAAO offers that, but I don't think that's an option if you're not a member of TAD.
Yes,
The rest of education can.
TAAO offers a course called the Property Tax Institute that meets the same statutory requirements that TAAD's Chief Appraiser Institute does. I know because I'm an instructor in both, so.
Do you know the answer to his question that, could you go to that without being a member of TAD?
So I don't know exactly how they do the selection, but I do know that the Chief Appraiser Institute is usually overfilled and that they absolutely give priority to members of TAD. And so at least as a practical matter, it is difficult to get into the Chief Appraiser Institute if you are not a member of TAD or working at a district that is a member of TAD, I should say. And
Matt, did
I'm
you-
sorry, I
Matt,
say
did you
that,
have any-
TAAD, I know y'all refer to TAD as the Tarrant Appraisal District, but they
Right,
go by the
TAAD.
exact same, whatever those are called, so.
Matt, did you have any other
So,
comment?
thanks, Eric, for bringing this up. And you sent me the video, and I saw it, and here's the deal, the guy's lobbying against us, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. They may not be a organization that's their charter, but that's what's happening right now, without question. We saw it, and we'll continue to see it. So, yeah, I don't know how we can belong to a group that's actively lobbying against us. It makes no sense.
Rich?
Their office isn't in Odessa. It's in Austin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And members of their group speaking on behalf of their titles in that group have been given testimony against what we've done for the taxpayer. If they'd move their office to Odessa and get rid of their lobbying efforts, I'd feel differently, but I'm definitely in.
And Eric, if I could ask a question or a couple questions. Well, actually, let me ask Joe Don first. Is there an alternate organization that we could receive similar benefits from?
TAAO, Texas Association of Assessing Officers, they're typically geared towards tax offices more so than appraisal districts.
You say that, I almost thought with a negative tone, is that?
No.
Okay.
That's just, typically their members are tax assessors in their offices. This is geared specifically for appraisal districts.
Okay, I see, all right.
Instruction is
If we were not to renew our membership with them, is there a major item you think that, of value that we can't live without, that you think we're making a mistake on?
The main benefit for most of our staff would be the conference, and so,
The annual conference?
Yes, sir.
And so again, we think we could go at a higher fee.
yes, sir,
Have any idea what that difference in fee is?
extra $775 per person.
Okay. So 775 divided by, it's 3,000 membership?
Yes, sir.
So 4 people would eat up that difference. And I tell you, and I'm not saying I agree with this, he sends we spend a lot of money on going to that conference. Gloria and I went, but 19 members?
There are roughly 19 of us that went last
Yeah,
year.
and I think that'll be considered. I mean, that's just a lot of expense going there. Eric, my next question is for you. Is there any other issue other than, and again, I'm saying significant, this lobbying issue that you have concern with us being members of TAAD?
Well, just like what Rich was mentioning earlier, by principle, I've always been against taxpayer-funded lobbying organizations, which that's what they are. It might not be the primary function, but that's one of their functions. I don't think they deny it. I don't believe they do. But the main issue is them lobbying against us. And I do want to make one little clarification back to the training issue. We talked about this over the phone. My intent with this, and if the board agrees with this, is not to prohibit Jodan or staff from still utilizing them on their own for education. I understand you need continuing education to maintain your license and certification. I guess they're the guys to do that. I don't have an issue with that at all. If we do decide to move forward with ending our membership, I personally don't have an issue with Jodan continuing to participate for the purposes of education and maintaining his license on his own. I just think us being a member and contributing in any way towards their advocacy, I think, is the main issue right now.
So if we were to, does someone have
I
any?
have
I'm
a
sorry.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, we've already approved the 2025 budget. We would need to know what the final cost associated with sending the individuals that need to go or should go, what additional cost that would be, because then we'd have to adjust the budget to accommodate that. So we would, because that's one of our main functions, we would need to know that dollar amount.
Yes.
14,000.
Yeah, $14,725 would be the additional budgetary impact of cutting this $3,000 expense.
I was
Yeah.
impressed with you
Does
before,
that
I'm more
include,
impressed with you now.
does that
Yeah.
include lodging?
No, sir, that would just
No.
be the increase in cost for not being a member.
But they do give you a discount on your lodging.
Are you able to get the group rate for lodging if you're not?
They're
a member?
holding 19, they're
They
holding
hold a
19 or
group.
so
Okay.
hotel rooms
So
for
it's
us right now.
$14,725 is the budgetary increase to eliminate this $3,000.
Yeah, so the only thing, and I think part of it is principle. So you got dollars, and then you got principle, and I think Eric's bringing up the principle here. But very good, that's where I was alluding to, is there's 4 people make up the difference in cost. If you only look at the numbers, you ought to be a member.
Now, he said 19, but 21 of us went,
Well, I said guessing 19, I didn't know the actual number.
because we're not included in the number.
Right.
Okay,
So-
I did my calculations
Yeah,
based
there
on
you go.
19.
No.
Are y'all saying
So
there's no
add an extra
alternative, there's no
15.
other way? This is the only way that appraisal districts get advice?
He did say there's TAAO, but
Okay.
it's not geared as broadly, I guess, as what TAD is.
It's
So
geared
I was
toward
also-
tax assessors and not appraisers.
Yes, Kelly?
And they do different instruction.
Well, so this is the way I'm just interpreting this. I was also on the city council for 6 years. We were members of TML. I know that they may provide some value, but TML didn't actively work against us. I think there was an opinion piece on what we had done that was very negative. Is that from this?
That's another one too. He was
So,
that too.
so I was not pleased to see that, and it's disappointing. I understand long-term, but I would like to see some change before the next membership year begins, before, if we were gonna renew it.
So that's what the motion's about right now?
Right, I'm not in favor of it right now, but I would like to see them be supportive or stay out of what our decisions are.
But your motion is for the next renewal.
It is to end the membership as of the time of renewal,
When is the renewal?
December 31st.
Okay.
So
So
there's
you're
still-
saying you don't support this one?
No,
You'd
I
like-
do support this one. I'm
Okay.
saying I'm not opposed to the possibility of changing my mind.
Oh,
but-
yeah,
but-
yeah.
But they're basically not being neutral here. When we pay in to get advice from them, why are they writing articles negatively about what our taxpayers voted for?
Okay. Yes, Wendy?
I have one final question. So we're basing all of this on a single chief appraiser making comments at the
No.
legislature?
Articles.
Okay. So, but you're saying that the chief appraiser, Brent South, made comments to the legislature that was, against what we are doing here, and he, as the chief appraiser, is allowed to testify and give his opinion, and since it was, against what we are doing, you're saying that he was lobbying against us when speaking as the chief appraiser?
Or was he representing himself as TAAD or?
My
Because he
understand,
testifies on a regular basis to the.
Well, then, I'm asking for clarification.
my understanding, if I remember correctly, he was also mentioned his title with TAAD and was representing himself as someone with TAAD as well.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we need it repeated for any reason? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, let's go for a hand raise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We have 3 against, 5 for, or, no, that's wrong math, isn't it?
You didn't vote?
No, I did.
6-3.
All right, so it passed. All right, we
We're
will
gonna make a
not
budgetary
renew our
adjustment.
membership for TAAD this coming year.
Can you bring back a budgetary adjustment for the next meeting?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right,
Just in follow-up to that, I would, of course, I'm not gonna be here, but it might be a good idea to come up with some alternate ways to get the training that you need.
Yes, sir.
The lodging fees, that's a lot more than everything else, I imagine, so that's gonna play into the budget as well.
all right, we're gonna go to, it was on the consent agenda, the approval of the minutes from November 8th. Do I have a motion for approval?
Well, first, I have a question before
Yes,
we
ma'am.
approve it. On item F, action regarding the award of contract for mineral and utility appraisal services, I just want to, everything we've done when we go out years, we usually have a funding out clause and it's mentioned. And I thought we did that here, and I may have remembered incorrectly, but I don't see a statement in part of that motion.
What page are you on?
Page 14 of the minutes.
Oh, okay, you're in the minutes itself. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, thank you.
Well, you always ask me that.
No, I should have realized. It's my fault. All right, so could you mind repeating your question?
Okay, I recall that every one of the contracts we approved, we talked about a funding out clause. But in this one here, where we go out to 2029, there's no mention of us having a funding out clause.
Ms. Pena, I think if you look at the same minutes I am, in the third.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, as
I got it.
presented with a
Okay.
funding out clause.
All right.
And I do know that the contract with Capital that was presented does in fact include a valid funding
Okay,
out clause.
because I knew
in it.
verbally he said it, but I didn't see it here. Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr.
Rich
Chairman,
abstained.
I'm sorry, that's the whole reason we moved it too.
That's right.
Let's go to, next, it'll be what was item 4 under the consent agenda. Action regarding approval of contract from McQuarrie,
Vasilka?
Thank you, Bragg Allen PC, to serve as legal counsel for TAD Board of Directors. In short, that's Matt.
Yep.
Matthew,
And you've just explained the reason why we go by MVBA.
Yeah.
The guys that founded our firm, really nice guys, really complicated last names, so.
So there actually is a contract for legal services inside of here. According to Matthew, it's been 10 years since they've had an increase. I asked for it to be brought to consent agenda because it is a difference in price, and I felt that it shouldn't just go before consent. And in summary, we've been at $60 for legal clerks since asking for 75, and for the legal, for Matthew and legal sources, I'm sorry, I don't see it here, but it was like 190 or something.
It was 190, and we're increasing it to 250.
The only thing I would ask that we add to this contract is that we have a 90-day notice of request for increase going forward.
And if you would like to make that effective, March or April 1 of next year for the price increase, I would certainly be willing to agree to that. So.
Okay. So, all right. That's my comments. Any other comments or questions?
Well, I always said I couldn't believe you were charging us so little. So everybody's gonna blame me now. But, I think $250 is more than reasonable.
And I will tell you, several people, both from the public and the board, have commented on how low our fees are over the years. I will assure you that is not why we are raising them. We are raising our fees across the board. In fact, I really struggled with whether to raise them here or not. And really felt like, because I was doing it for all my other appraisal districts, and this has become one of the more high-profile jobs that we have, that I really couldn't go to my other districts, most of whom we have already raised up to this fee, without doing the same. And I know budgetary impact is always a huge issue for this board, so I did run some numbers on it. In 2023, which was the year when Mr. Law left and when Mr. Bobbitt was hired at the very, very end of the year, the total amount of legal fees that our firm charged this district for that year was $31,556.54. If we had been at the $250 rate, that would have added another $9,965.22 in expense to the district. This year, in 2024, which was the year where we had the ransomware attack, the total amount that we billed the Tarrant Appraisal District was $20,525.15. So if we'd been at the $250 for this year, that would have been an additional $6,481.58. And I am very hopeful that in 2025, there will not be a change in chief appraiser, there will not be a ransomware attack, and there will not be any other type of crisis of that sort, which requires as much time. So I'm hoping that the overall bill will in fact decrease next year, but obviously my crystal ball, like all of yours, is a little fuzzy. You never know what's around the corner. So.
And just for informational purposes, most attorneys I know, their fee, especially when they have any level of expertise, is $300 an hour minimum.
Don't encourage them.
But I'm just saying for the
encourage
rest of the board to understand that this is reasonable to do the $250, and I hope no one has an objection. And it wouldn't be about you, Matt. We all like you, so.
I understand this is a very fiscally conservative board, and I appreciate that. So.
Yes, sir, Rich.
I wanted to say, because I've been around since Matthew came, he interviewed in front of us, and we chose him to come, and after about 2 or 3 months, he said, just casually in a conversation, he really doesn't know why he's here. Well, in May of that year, accusations of TAD going after private citizens, and since then it's been pretty much of a roller coaster, so I've assured him he had a purpose in being here, and I've got to tell you, he's done, from my standpoint, a great job. I think he serves the board extremely well. He's very, very careful with his conversations, not to share them. He provides really good, sound advice and has the whole time he's been here. And just as a personal note, Matthew, I won't get to see you at these board meetings anymore, but maybe we can go play golf or have lunch sometime.
Rich, I expect for you to be in the crowd and to be at the podium for public comments.
Oh, you want me here?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Y'all heard it.
Is there any other discussion? Otherwise, I will make a motion.
5 minutes of public comments, right?
There you go. Yes, Kelly.
That what, we're agreeing to a rate and a time frame. Is that correct?
To begin in March.
For-
Well, that's
for
not
his
my motion.
contract?
I've got a motion, listen to.
Okay.
Well, that's what Matthew suggested.
Right.
I felt like it would be more appropriate to table this and move this to when the new board is sworn in. But y'all might not agree, but.
Unless there's some other discussion, I'd like to make a motion. All right. My motion is that we accept the contract for legal services effective January 1st, but with the only exception, that instead of 30 days' notice, that it be changed to a 90-day notice.
And I wholeheartedly second that motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say, oh, I'm sorry, Alan, please.
I just want to thank Mr. Tepper for being so diplomatic in stating all the public accolation about how inexpensive you were. I would ask the rest of the board to say, man, we're paying a premium for great service as we move forward. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, we have a motion, second. I didn't call for the vote, did I? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the support of the board, and I'll get an amended contract with the delayed start date on it to Mr. Bobbitt.
All right, item F, Mr. Chief Appraiser.
Yes.
I caught you off guard.
We have a resolution in recognition and appreciation of Mr. Rich Diot for his time and service on the board. And so, do you want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In recognition and appreciation of service by Rich Diot, whereas the Texas Property Tax Code, Section 6.03, outlines the representational appointment process for appraisal district board members by which elected governing bodies of the boards within Tarrant County entities vote to appoint members. Whereas the cities of Colleyville and Southlake nominated Rich Diot in 2019, and he was appointed for the 2020 and 2021 term. Whereas Rich Diot was nominated by the cities of Colleyville, Haslett, Lakeside, River Oaks, Southlake, and HEB ISD, and appointed to serve for the 2022-2023 term. Whereas the cities of Bedford, Haslett, Keller, Lakeside, Mansfield, North Richland Hills, Southlake, and the Carroll ISD, Grapevine Colleyville ISD, Keller ISD, Mansfield ISD nominated him for the subsequent 2024 term. In addition, Mr. Diot was voted in as secretary of the board by his peers and served from 2022 to 2023. Whereas Mr. Diot's current term ends on December 31st, 2024, and completes 5 years of service as a volunteer on the board of directors of Tarrant Appraisal District. Therefore, be it resolved that this body formally acknowledges and extends its appreciation to Mr. Diot for his outstanding contributions, exemplary service, and unwavering commitment to Tarrant Appraisal District. Further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Mr. Diot as a token of our gratitude and recognition. Adopted December 13th, 2024.
All right, I've got a comment. I came on this board in May of 2023, so it ain't that long ago. And quite frankly, I never thought about being on this board. I remember when Rich came to me, when he was considering on the board many years ago, I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't understand going to entities and getting votes and support, and yet he went out and did that and got elected. When I came on in May, Rich was unofficially a mentor for myself, so anything wrong with me, blame Rich. But I listened to all the board members, but Rich took the time and effort to give me background on issues, share his opinion. I haven't always agreed with his opinion, but it's just been amazing. And it just goes throughout my entire time here. He's always been such a great value. He listens, and when he states a statement, it's facts and it's informational, and it brings value to the board. I very much wanted Rich to run again, and he barely ran this last year, so we knew this was coming to the end, but I can't express enough of my personal gratitude, not only for your service to the board in this community, but your service to me and helping me go from the newest board member to chairman, much less, maybe only for this year, but we'll see. But just incredible value. You saw us through a lot of tough times. For many years, you were the only lone voice of conservatism, of seeing, quite frankly, the challenges with the chief appraiser and other staff members. And again, I just applaud you greatly for your strength and tenacity. A lot of people either would have quit or just quit making comments, but you did not. You stayed the course, you stayed with your beliefs, and you did it in a professional way. And not too many people lose their temper, et cetera, and they lose credibility. You have not. You have always been professional in everything you say, always put thought to everything you say, and always brought value to everything you say. And I just appreciate you a great deal.
Thank you, sir.
Vince?
Yes, sir.
Well, I need to say, I echo everything you've just said, but I need to go back to our first meeting. And I met Rich at La Madeleine in Louisville, and I was telling him about Tad, and his eyes got about this big, and he said, I'm in it to win it. And I thought, wow. And he said, but I'm not here to blow anything up. And I said, give it 6 months, and they'll force you to blow it up. And that's what happened. And Rich, I think Rich and I were a great tag team when we were both on the board together. But Rich, to your credit, when you were on a 4-to-1 basis, day in and day out, and month in and month out, I can't tell you how much that I appreciate you, and I watched you, and I talked with you, and I just saw you just, you know, there was a movie a long time ago, and it was called Roots. And the young gentleman in there was Kunta Kinte, and they said, stay put. That was my name. And by golly, you did. So congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
All right. I would make, someone like, yes, sir, Rich.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Where's the hook?
Yeah, get the hook. I do. This is a little awkward for me. I did not expect this, and I was going through the agenda, and I told Joe Don, I don't know if I can support that measure. But what's really important in all of this, I appreciate the recognition. I really do, from the bottom of my heart. Especially Vince, what you said, and Gary, you too. You've been a great teammate with me. And a leader of me at times, and thank you for that. But what's important is, in the political space, nobody gets to see what I've seen. You get in there and you issue your opinion, you try to work things out and make them better. But what we've seen is 3 years of stonewalling, and then the whole house of cards came down, and we've been able to rebuild it. My biggest hope is the taxpayer is going to be better served by all of this. And this board is the first board I can say to a person is not a coffee and donut board. That's a term I use for boards that show up every couple of months and slap everybody on the back and tell them what a great job they did, whether they did or not. This whole board, and I'm going to mention some names because it's incredible. The 3 new members, Callie and Eric and Matt, they didn't just show up. They've all been involved in some way with Tad up until then, learning about it and an understanding, especially Matt and I go back, way back. On this new board, Alan was critical in our IT issues. We had the ransomware attack and the new CAMA software, which I am overwhelmingly excited about. If he hadn't been here, I don't think I would understand it near as well. Ms. Benya, I was telling her this before, I don't know her. We haven't really known each other except on this board, but she showed up in meetings and in executive session with some seriousness and game, and I really appreciate her input. Vince got thrown into this. I made the motion for him to be chair, so it's my fault, okay? Or at least partly my fault, but he has done, I've served with several chairmen at this point, by far takes his job more seriously and is more thorough and businesslike than everybody else. Gary Lasada is special to me because in our first term, he and I had to figure out how to advance things when essentially we were in a minority on most things. But he made a motion. This is the most important thing to me that Tad's ever done while I've been on the board, and it was in our second meeting. He made a motion that we do the pledges and the prayer at the beginning, which had never been done before, as far as I know, back at least 22 years before that. And I'm sure the few years before that, before appraisal districts were even invented. And Gary's been that kind of a leader the whole time. And I will tell you this, even when he wasn't on the board the 2 years before this year, he was still a player. He still knows a lot of people, and he could get a lot of things done, and I appreciate his service and include him with all of this. It's very, very important. So I'm really encouraged, because I think this board, and it looks like the next board is going to be a really strong board, and I don't really expect to come and use 5 minutes to tell everybody what I think, unless it's really important, and if you screw up, I'll be here.
All right.
So the last thing I want to say is just kind of recognizing George Dodson was always here. And he could see, with his background and expertise in IT, he could see what was going on, but nobody would listen to him. He did that for years, and now he's been involved in helping us advance our IT and all of that. Chandler Crouch is pretty interesting, because I don't know him.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. I knew Chandler before, but we weren't friends. We really don't know each other that well. We've had coffee a couple of times. Our families have never gathered for a meal or anything like that. But in the beginning with his deal, when Tad was going after him, and I will point out it was a couple of people in executive management, it wasn't the whole organization. What Chandler, he came to us because these 4 complaints had been filed against him, and it was getting ready to go public, and he came to us because he wanted the board to determine whether that's something that we supported or not. And that's kind of, that started at that time. I asked at that meeting that we put it on the next agenda, which we did, and that's gone through. But before I did anything, I got him on the phone. And the reason I'm bringing him up right now is this is a huge value to me, and it should be to everybody in politics. I grilled him in the beginning, because in politics you can't trust anybody. Y'all know this. Your best friend can turn on you, or seem to turn on you at the turn of a hat. And so I grilled him, and I said, I have to know the truth, and I'll bury you if I don't get it. But it wasn't that hard. His truth was the truth. He told me the good, the bad, and the ugly, the things that he would have done differently, and all of that. He's just like that. And so the whole thing with his attacks, and he was ultimately completely vindicated from all that. And I'm proud of him for his service to the taxpayer. He serves 30 or 40,000 of our residents, and he does it where he doesn't get a cut of the savings. He does it for them for free. And that's huge. There's entire businesses that are run on that profit, and he doesn't take any of it. And he represents the taxpayer as well. He's always wanted to serve. I believe that's what is in his heart, and he's done an extraordinary job there. So I commend you, Chandler, and ask that you continue to keep that up. Finally, and this is, I'm going to do 2 things here. I want to commend the staff at TAD, not the upper management of old, because I think there were a lot of problems there, but the staff showed up reliably doing a great job through all of the turmoil and the ransomware and all of the things that TAD has been through in the last 3 or 4 years. They've showed up to do their job, and I hear all the time what a great job they're doing. And I'm proud of that. But this board has a job, and that is to help the chief appraiser by making him better. And you can't do that by just agreeing to everything and overlooking things. And I think that happened a little bit in the past, and it shouldn't anymore. And Mr. Chairman, if I can have just 1 more minute.
Gary, is there a hook yet or not? 1 more minute, all right.
1 more minute. Thank you very much. I want to pray for Tad. So if you're inclined to join me in a prayer, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But I will pray for Tad now. Heavenly Father, I thank you for this organization and the work that they do to try to find the balance between 750,000 opinions of value and the taxpayer's interest. It's basically a huge argument that we set up every year by sending out those notices. I pray for the staff that they would be blessed moving forward, that they would feel your presence, and that they would be very effective at their jobs, and just like what I've been praying for the last 5 years, is just to see you work. I thank you for the staff. I thank you for this board. I thank you for their diligence and their effectiveness and their way of communicating, their professionalism, and their interest in making this part of the tax system work as well as it can. And Father, I pray for Chief Joe Don Bobbitt too. He's still new at this, and I'm pretty sure he gets surprises still, but he's handling them well. And I thank you for his leadership, and I pray that the board would help him lead by leading him sometimes. And I pray that this organization would be blessed moving forward. We're taxing it. The worst people in any society is those taxing people. And but we don't have to be that way. Help us all be servants of each other. And I pray in the name of Jesus, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Wait a minute before you
Yes.
should we clap for him?
Just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You never let me chair. No, I'm kidding. Any other comments? Then if you would, I'd like to present this resolution. If you'll stand up, Mr. Rich Dion. Mr. Rich Dion, we love you, man. And I say we give him a round of applause. An outstanding round of applause. Oh, he's doing this right.
Let me get out of that.
Can you give her my flag?
Oh, my God.
Let's just do it.
Hey, Rich, assume the prayer position.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate you giving Mr. Diop the plaque and the resolution off.
Oh, do I not pass it?
We probably ought to have
Yeah,
a
motion.
motion and a vote.
All those in
to make
favor,
sure the board approves
also,
it.
do I have a motion on the floor? Do I have a motion?
Could I make that motion?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make that motion to
All right.
give this plaque to Rich Diop in recognition of his time on this board.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of my mistake, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So moves. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very
Thank you,
much.
Matt, for
This
catching
is
me.
a deep honor for me. Thank you very much.
You just said it before I did.
All right. All right, we're going to go to item 8, recession to executive closed session pursuant to the following parts of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, Chapter 551 for the following purposes. Deliberation regarding the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices related to the Board of Directors meetings. Deliberation regarding the annual job performance evaluations of the chief appraiser. Deliberation regarding the annual job performance evaluation and appointment of the taxpayer liaison officer for 2025. I will say, because of these subject matters, that I can imagine this executive session going about an hour. No guarantees, could be less, could be more, but it won't be 15 minutes. so. All right, if we would, in 5 minutes, we will meet in the executive session area. from executive session. It's 1:26 PM. Do we have any motion concerning the discussion on the taxpayer liaison officer?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to authorize the chief appraiser to offer the position of taxpayer liaison officer to Elizabeth McIlvain, beginning on January 1st, 2025, with compensation at the budgeted amount.
Second.
I'll second.
Oh, he already said.
I thought he did. I thought I didn't hear a
Yeah,
second.
makes
So I was
sense.
like, wait.
I have
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear it.
One comment on that, we have asked our attorney for the board of directors to make some changes to the contract. He'll pass that on to Joe Don, and that will be what he presents. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion in regards to the chief appraiser. There's a discussion, he's qualified for an annual increase come February 1st. Our discussion is that this board of directors is the one that knows him the best, and the board of directors could be changing come January 1st. So we felt we ought to go ahead and make that decision. So we have, I make the motion that the chief appraiser's base salary be increased by 2.5%, which is the same as our budgeted amount for the whole team, effective February 1st, 2024. Do I have a second?
2025.
Well, he wrote the wrong part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll figure out.
Thank you.
Oh, man, totally.
Now we still
Please
into
deduct,
deducts.
please deduct 1 hour.
Yeah, that's right.
Years
It's stricken.
From February 1st, 2025, do I have a second to my motion?
Second.
Second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Before I go on, a couple things. One, note, we have a new schedule for 2025. I want to go ahead and let you know that in light of all the special meetings we had, I made an executive decision, if you will, to go ahead and schedule a monthly meeting. So that there are actually, well, no, I take it back. July, I think, does not have a monthly meeting in it. If there's not content for that meeting, we will not call, we'll cancel the meeting.
In October also, you don't have it.
So whatever it is on this schedule, that's what the date's set for, but it is more than in the past. The purpose of that, again, is to avoid some of the special called meetings. If we don't have context for that meeting, we will not have that meeting. But that is our 2025 board of directors agenda. I also want to thank Julie for the thinner notebooks with the backup back here. We appreciate you hearing us on that as well. I'm not adjourning the meeting yet, but I want to go ahead and say our next meeting date is at 8 a.m. Friday, January 10th, here at the TAD offices. Board members, via email, please submit to me and copy to Joe Don any items you'd like placed on the agenda by December 31st. Part of that is associated with the holidays, so we have enough time to get out the agenda. Yes, sir.
So Vince, with regard to the proposed meeting schedule, is not adopted, but is proposed.
As my understanding was, it doesn't require adoption.
That's correct. I was going to comment, we have a meeting scheduled for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I thought I handled that one.
And I would propose that we look at adjusting that meeting either 1 week forward or 1 week backwards.
Absolutely, and I
And
agree with that. and
That
I-
way your wife is happy.
Yeah,
Also, the board policy handbook needs to reflect the change because it states that we will have them quarterly.
no, that's a requirement. It's not stated we have to have, it's just, that's the state requirement. So there's no change to the
Well,
policy.
there's two policy manuals.
The,
One is the comptroller's and one is ours.
We're in compliance with both. It states that you must be required to have at least one per quarter, and we're in compliance with that.
Okay.
yeah.
As long as the wording is that, okay.
And I do think that probably the board will take up the policy manual again in the early part of next year when we have a new board, or though maybe the chair's not gonna put it up, so.
Yeah, who knows who the chair's gonna be. All right, we have one final thing, and that is a call to adjourn this meeting. Mr. Diott?
I would like to make a motion that 2025, I know this is a weird motion, that 2025 is peaceful and you don't need all those meetings. And with that, I move we adjourn.
So moved. We are adjourned. Thank you. Again, Rich Diop, thank you very much.
Now I have to